Breathe in, breathe out 5. Breathe in, breathe out 6. Breathe in, breathe out 7. Breathe in, breathe out 8. Breathe in, breathe out 9. Breathe in, breathe out 10. Come, bring your feet forward, walk your feet forward, keep your hands where they are. And hang. We're going to come into Uttanasana. Demo it. Bring your hands flat on the block, if it's easier, or on the floor if you can. The important is to engage your core, have your hands flat, pushing down, and bringing your body towards your feet. Inhale. Exhale 2. Inhale. Exhale 3. Inhale. Exhale 4. Inhale. Exhale 5. Inhale. Exhale 6. Inhale. Exhale 7. Inhale. Exhale 8. Inhale. Exhale 9. Exhale. Exhale 10. Then bring your feet outwards towards the edge of the mat. Take the block out. Take the block out.
Take the block behind you on the highest set. Step your feet out wider, as wide as the mat. Your heels will be on the mat, your toes will be on the floor. Come into a squat. Bring your hands together in prayer. Bring the elbows in between the knees. Press out with the forearms, squeeze in with the knees.
Inhale. Exhale 1. Inhale. Exhale 2. Inhale. Exhale 3. Your hands are at the level of your knees and pressing outwards on your knees. Inhale. Exhale 4. Inhale. Exhale 5. Inhale. Exhale 6. Inhale. Exhale 7. Inhale. Exhale 8. Inhale, exhale 9, inhale, exhale 10. Shift your seat up and bring your hands on the floor. Sorry, I forgot.
Move the block to the side and set it down. Bend your knees, come back to a squat, and sit down. And extend your legs out in front.
Bring your hands back, bend your right knee, and bring your right foot flat on the floor outside of your left knee. Extend your heels, spine up, bring your left arm up, and your elbow bended towards your knee, twist. Extend your spine, breathe in 1. Breathe in 1, 2, exhale 2. Inhale 3, exhale 3. Inhale, exhale 4. Inhale, exhale 5. Unwind, and then bring your right foot flat. Lift your left foot and bring your left knee. Bring your left foot outside of the right knee. Extend your spine, lift your right up, bring your elbow outside of your left knee and twist. Bring your other hand behind your spine, extend your spine and twist. Breathing 1, exhale. Breathe in 2, exhale. Breathe in 3, exhale. Breathing 4, exhale. Breathing 5, exhale, and unwind. Extend your leg, bring your feet flat on the floor, hands backwards. Bring your block in between your thighs all the way up and engage your core. Bring your thighs towards the block. Your fingers pointing towards your feet, and lift your core up. Press down to lift up. Your feet are at the level, your knees are above your feet, and then you press on your block so that you engage your core and lift up. Breathing 1, breathing 2. Inhale, Samadhi. Inhale, exhale 4. Inhale, exhale 5. Inhale, exhale 6. Inhale, exhale 7. Inhale, exhale 8. Inhale, exhale 9. Inhale, exhale 10.
There's your warm-up.
You should be wild by now.
So, welcome everybody. Can I have my mic back? I want my God mic back. Hello, everybody. How is everybody today? Good? So today is week 1 of Urban Sadhu Fundamentals. Week 1 is standing asanas. Standing asanas reveal our willingness to connect to the earth. Come sit by me, come sit by me. Asana means seat. Seat is a connection to the earth, right? So come and sit on a blanket or a block for a moment. Whatever you want to sit on. But I just want you to sit down. And let's introduce ourselves to each other. The warm-up, we always just start the class with the warm-up, right? The warm-up is just the warm-up. It should be a little 5-6 minutes, so you don't want to give it a little heat, a little rhythm. I'm Austin. This is Veronique. Veronique is my apprentice. She's doing an apprenticeship with me, so she's going to co-teach the class with me today. What's your name? Shea? Shea. Eruta? Eruta. Sharon? Faye? Isanya. Steph? Nina? Sudesh. And like I said, this is week 1. So standing is probably like one of the most common things you do. Everybody kind of stands around, but we don't stand around with much consciousness and awareness. So everybody, first, let's talk about what standing asana is, right? And how asanas actually differ from other things. In asana, we become aware of the connection to the earth, okay? If you have on socks, it means that you are missing your connection to the earth. So everybody, could you please take your socks off? I know, but Jesus walked around barefoot and all yogis walked around barefoot. So listen, and I clean this floor like you wouldn't believe. All right, so everybody come and let's stand up. And I want you to come and stand on this lovely bamboo floor. Why? Because even your yoga mat is keeping you from feeling a real connection to the earth. Yoga mats are new. They were only invented in the 1970s. So back in the old days, people just practiced on dirt floors and like wood floors and things. I want you to stand like you are standing at the path train, waiting on the path train. The path train is late and you are annoyed. So how do you stand when you are standing like that? What are you doing?
Tracking my phone.
Tracking your phone. You're looking at your phone. What do you find you're doing in your body?
Leaning to one side.
You're asymmetrical. What are you doing? Overthinking. What are you doing? Blank. So when we stand like this, there is an unevenness. There's I'm standing, but I'm kind of like my weight is shifted. I'm annoyed. I'm like putting a hand on one hip. I'm looking at my phone. I'm texting. I want to be late. I'm tapping my foot. But like I said, asana is about bringing consciousness to things. And if you think about the way that we stand in asana, you want to turn your phone off. You don't want to get little messages during the class. We're trying to become like the seat of a mountain, right? Samastetihi, or even standing.
So Tadasana means mountain. Samastetihi means even left to right. But let's just start by looking at our feet. Come and sit down again, okay? So if we look at our feet have different colors of skin. So look at your foot. Yeah, and you'll see that there is dark skin and there's light skin. The dark skin is where you put weight onto your foot. The light skin is where there is no weight on your foot. Your foot has 3 arches. There's an inner arch, an outer arch, and an arch across the ball of the foot right below the toes. If you see, like I have a little dark outside here, that means that I kind of like walk on the outside of my foot a little more. I kind of have I don't have I have to be more aware of my arch over on the outside of my foot. So now let's come back up and stand up. Okay? And let's become aware of our feet. So come stand on this lovely bamboo floor again. And what I want you to do is I want you to, like I said, I tend to walk on the outside of my foot a little bit. So come onto the outside of your foot and lift your big toes up, okay? So you're kind of like that, yeah? Now walk a few steps forward and then walk a few steps back. What do you notice is happening in your legs and your feet? Don't say that. What do you notice is happening in your feet and your knees? Ankles, there's a lot of pressure in the ankles. What do you find happening in your knees? Walk forward and back again.
I don't know.
Does anybody feel like their knees are bowing out? So when people are walking on the outside of the feet, their knees tend to be bow-legged a little bit, okay? Now try this. Come onto your inner toe and lift your pinky toes off the floor. And then walk a few steps forward and then walk a few steps back. What do you notice is happening in your feet? It hurts. It doesn't feel good. What do you notice is happening in your knees? They're inward, they're knocking, they're coming together. So this is what happens when you're knock-kneed, right? The knees come together and like you see people where they wear the shoes out on the inside of the foot. Now, try this. Come onto your heels and walk forward on your heels and then walk back on your heels. What do you notice is happening when you walk on your heels? It hurts a little, not a lot. But what do you notice is happening? What do you have to do that? Do that again. Toes. You have to lift your toes. What's happening in your shoulders and your chest? Do it again. What's happening in your shoulders and your chest? You have to compensate and you're leaning forward. Yep. So anytime you hear your boss walking down the hall at the office and he sounds like that, he's like got to get somewhere as if he's a freight train, right? So he's walking on his heels. Now do this. Come onto the balls of your feet, lift your heels up. And then, now this may feel more normal for some people, I don't know. Walk forward a few inches and then walk back a few inches. What does that make you do?
Balance yourself.
You have to balance different. What does it make you do? You lean forward, and what's happening elsewhere in your body? You actually are like not bending the knees much. You're leaning your chest forward again, but what's happening here? Yeah. What's happening? What do you feel happening? You keep falling backwards. So has anybody ever noticed that this is kind of like a pair of high heel shoes? Okay, so the reason why fashion designers put women in high heel shoes, and men now too, is because it makes you look more statuesque. You find a different balance. There's a more center balance. However, what's happening is the chest moves forward, but the hips move back. So I'm in a kind of an S-curve silhouette, and it looks very statuesque. But what happens is where we tend to find one of those places where we like to walk on those four corners of the feet, and we have a hard time finding an evenness of the feet. So what I want you to do now is I want you to take two of your blocks, okay? And I want you to, everybody's going to be a little bit different, right? Everybody's going to be a little bit different because everybody's foot is a different size. My foot's a little short, so my blocks are going to be a little shorter. I want you to step on the first block on the ball of your foot and step on the second block on the heel of your foot so that you have the arches off the floor. Nothing's touching your arches, okay? Now I want you to lift all 10 of your toes up. And as you lift all your 10 toes up, I want you to find a balance on the ball of the foot and the heel of the foot. It's a little hard, isn't it? Especially if you're not used to that. And then I want you to bring your hands by your side of your body. And then without gripping the block, I want you to bring your toes onto the block. And just rest your toes and let your toes relax. Yeah. And you feel how you can feel the pressure in the four corners of the front of your foot and the heel. And there's nothing there in the arches. Yes? Okay. Now step down off of the block. In Tadasana mountain seat, in my tradition that I come out of, we bring the feet together. Other places are going to tell you to take the feet apart. There's nothing wrong with that. The reason why we asked you to bring your feet together is because I have awareness of the feet when they're touching without even looking at them. So just try this. Without looking down, bring your feet together. Bring your heels to touch and your big toes to touch. Notice how as soon as I brought the feet together, all of a sudden, my shin bones are over the ankles, my knees are over the ankles, and the hip points are over the heels and the ankles. So everything kind of came together, right? Then lift all 10 of your toes up. Find that feeling like you were standing on the block, right? Energetically press down into the four corners of your heels. Now, asana, you always start with the grounding and move upward. So extend your toes. Let your toes soften. Let your toes come back to the floor without dropping your arches. Then try to lift your inner ankle bones up, okay? Try to move your inner ankle bones away from each other. Now, soften your knees a little bit. And when I say soften your knees, know the difference between a soft knee, a bend, and a lock. A bend is when the knee goes in front of the ankle. A lock is when the knees go back behind the ankle. But a softness, the ankle and the knee is in line with each other, okay? Then tap your quadriceps. As you tap your quadriceps, make them come alive. Lift this quadricep muscle up toward your thigh. All right? So make it come alive. Then bring your hand to your navel. Bring your hand to your pubic bone. Then move your pubic bone and your tailbone toward each other. So I'm neither going out in an anterior pelvic tilt nor a post-anterior pelvic tilt. I'm in a neutral pelvic tilt. Do you feel how that can happen? Yep. Then bring your hands to your rib cage. Totally try to get your two lower ribs to come toward each other. So I'm not sticking the ribs out. Yeah? Then bring your arms alongside the body. Lift your shoulders up by your ears. Notice how that does not feel natural. It doesn't feel good. Bring your shoulders back toward the wall behind you. Notice how that doesn't feel good. Bring your arms alongside the body so your shoulders are in line with your ears and your elbows and your hands are in line with your ears. Now, touch your outer thighs with your hands. Notice what the hands are doing, because a rotation in the wrist is going to change the shoulders. Keep your palms facing inward. Now, make a fist with both your hands and act like you have a gallon of water in each hand. So you feel the weight of the water. Now, let go of the buckets of water and feel the energy moving down your fingers. So your fingers are alive. Good. Now, what is my head doing? Well, move your chin forward like you're like a chicken pecking corn. Okay, notice how that changes where your ear alignment is. Move your chin back to your jaw or your chest, and notice how that changes your alignment. Bring your head so your head is sitting over your pelvis. Then bring your arms up into the air, interlace your fingers together. Place your hands on the top of your head. Press into the top of your head. Now, without locking your knees, push into the four corners of your feet and push your head into your hands. Feel energy moving up the front of the body and down the back of the body. Then allow your arms to float down alongside the body. Open the eyes and allow your gaze to be at the horizon and breathe. Inhale. Exhale 1. Inhale. Exhale 2. Inhale. Exhale 3. Inhale. Exhale 4. Inhale. Exhale 5. Good. Then relax. How did that feel different from when you were standing on the platform? Yes. Yes. Anybody felt that they were working harder than when you were just kind of standing there waiting for the train to come? Yeah. So when you talk about this standing in an asana means that you're activating all of the muscles. You're activating all of the awareness of the body. Yoga sometimes is we misguide people when we teach yoga. Sometimes we tell people that everything is about stretching. It is true, there's a lot of stretching that happens in yoga, but there's also a lot of muscle engagement and contraction. In fact, what I like to remind people is that for anything to stretch, something has to contract. So when I stretch my tricep, my bicep has to contract. When I stretch the bicep, my tricep has to contract. So what Tadasana does is it gets you to become aware of the muscles that you're unaware of, so that when you go into a stretch, you can release that energy, right? So it's not a stretch, it's a contraction. It's an awareness of all these muscles. Any questions about Tadasana? All right, let's talk. We're going to do another asana that's about activating muscles. So when we think about Tadasana is in all yoga asanas. There is no yoga asana that exists that Tadasana leaves. Once we find our samasthiti here, even standing, even if we're standing on one foot, there's an evenness there and a balance is happening. Everybody say Utkatasana. Utkatasana. Utkatasana translates into fierce seat. It's sometimes also called chair seat. A lot of times, if you ever go to yoga classes, you'll find that people will say, exhale, Utkatasana, and everybody will do this. Now, does that look like my Tadasana at all? No, it looks like I'm kind of about to go to the bathroom or something, right? In the woods or something, on a camping trip, right? Holding onto a tree. Okay, what I want you to do is think about all that muscle engagement that we just did. And I want you to take a block. You're going to take that block and put it between your thighs. I like to work with this block between the thighs because it helps you understand what your pelvis is doing. Whatever your pelvis is doing, the rest of your body is doing. So let's talk about the pelvic tilts for a moment. Everybody, imagine that this is a tube of toothpaste, and the tube of the toothpaste is opening in the back. I want you to squeeze the tube of toothpaste and shoot the toothpaste on the wall behind you. So squeeze the block and shoot the toothpaste at the wall behind you. What's happening in your hips? You kind of folded forward, yes. And what went back? What went back? You're behind your tailbone. The tailbone went back. This is called an anterior pelvic tilt, okay? Now, I want you to imagine that your toothpaste opening is in the front, and I want you to squeeze the block, and I want you to shoot the toothpaste at the wall in front of you. What is happening? Don't bend your knees to do that. Keep your knees extended, but don't lock them, but shoot the toothpaste forward. What's happening when you do that? The pelvis is moving forward. This is called a post-anterior pelvic tilt. What's happening in your glutes? Glutes are tightening, so there's a clenching of the glutes to move the hips forward. Okay, now come to a neutral position where you're not shooting the toothpaste back and you're not shooting the toothpaste forward. But I want you to imagine that the tooth cap on the toothpaste is closed. And I want you to bust the toothpaste tube open and shoot the toothpaste in both directions. So what you're going to do is you're going to crush the toothpaste with your thighs, like a walnut crushing. Do you feel what's happening in the pelvis when you do that? What's happening in the pelvis when you do that? You tighten up, but everything tightens. It's not just either the glutes or it's not a kind of a forward fold. And there's an actual engagement of the IT band and of the inner thighs. Okay, so that's what you want, both in Tadasana and Utkatasana. You want a neutral pelvis. We tend to have a tendency to prefer one or the other. So you got to kind of notice your habitual habits that you have when you kind of walk around, when you start practicing yoga, and adjust slightly. So I want you to imagine, I'm losing my voice, I'm sorry, that you're squeezing this block, you're squeezing the toothpaste, you're crushing it. Take your hands to your hips. Become aware of your hip bones. Now, without leaning forward, bend your knees and keep your hips over your ankles. Crush the toothpaste. Notice if your toes are rolling out. So like if you're turning out, you're allowing this to take over and this isn't working. So now the feet are parallel. They're apart, but they're parallel. And we're going to crush the toothpaste and we're going to sit a little lower in our seat. Do you feel these muscles contracting? Okay, this is all a contraction. All right. So that is as low as you have to go in a Utkatasana, but there's this contraction of the abductors, the adductors, the quadriceps, and the glutes. Everything is contracting, and you feel a little burn. Then come stand up. Now let's talk about what's happening in the upper body. In the upper body, what we want to happen is we want to keep Tadasana too. So take a second block. And take that block and put it in between your hands like this. And then move your index finger away from the edge of the block. So mom, like this. See how you got it like this. There. And there's a little bit of external rotation. Now, crush the block between your thighs. Keep your feet parallel. Bend your knees and then lift your block up so the edge of the block matches where the wall meets the ceiling. And take your gaze and look at that. And then pull your belly in and pull your lower ribs in. And breathe. Inhale. Exhale 1. Inhale. Exhale 2. Inhale. Exhale 3. Inhale. Exhale 4. Inhale. Exhale 5. And come stand up. All right. How many people felt we were getting a little warmer? Okay. So this is a muscle contraction. You can take the block out from between your thighs. Utkatasana is heating up the body to get it ready to stretch. You're becoming aware of what the muscles can actually do, okay? So, yes, there is stretching, but yes, there is also activation. So what does this look like when I don't have the blocks? When I don't have the blocks, I go from Tadasana. Remember, I'm not losing Tadasana. You can look at me. If ever I demo, you can turn around and look. And I don't want to lose Tadasana here. So I'm going to become aware of my shoulders. I'm going to bend my knees. Like I said, I'm not leaning forward. I'm going to lift my arms up. I pull the lower ribs in, and the tailbone moves toward the pubic bone. Just like Tadasana, there's an external rotation of the arms, and I didn't lift the head. I just cut the eyes up to my fingers. And I can stay here forever. If I go too low and I lean too far, then it's hard to keep up because now I have nothing engaged. Everything's just kind of pushing forward and back. So I lose my center of gravity. Okay, that's the thing you want to do. You always want to keep the center of gravity here. So come onto your mat. You can use your mat now. So come to your mat and bring your big toes and heels to touch. Come into your Tadasana with your hands. Be aware of your hands. Palms are by the side of the body. Arms are active. The gaze is at the horizon. Now start to bend your knees, hinge at your hip crease, sit like in a chair, but don't lean into it. Then lift your arms up and press your palms together and take your gaze up to your thumbs. Look at your thumbs. Inhale. Exhale, 1. Inhale, a little external rotation. Exhale, 2, and you can extend. Exhale, 3. Inhale. Exhale, 4. Bend your knees a little deeper. Exhale, 5. Good. On your inhale, come back up. All right. How did that feel? Did you feel like you were engaged? What did you feel like you were doing? Okay is good. I'm trying to get you to tell me what you're experiencing. Because if you can tell me what you're experiencing, then you know what you're experiencing. You were about to jump. Okay, you felt like there was the energy there. That's good. What did you feel? I'm going to make sure I get to everybody today. Yes. Veronique, what did you feel? Yes. All right. So here again, heating up the body. Did anybody feel any warmer? It is a little warm in here, but I got a little glow. Okay. So here again, we're heating the body up to go into a stretch. So everybody say Uttanasana. Uttanasana means intense forward fold. Now you're going to get to do a little stretch. When we talk about forward folding, we're looking at the hamstrings. And this is probably one of those kind of things that we talk about, stretching the hamstring. Everybody talks about stretching the hamstrings. Hamstrings are also called the post-anterior chain. The hamstrings attach right here, and they run to the back of your knee. They stop, then they run to your ankle, okay? They not only are what, lengthens the leg, but they're what causes you to jump. They're what causes you to engage. They're a set of muscles that need to be worked both as a stretch and an engagement, okay? Stretching the hamstrings, because they're one long line of energy, is pretty easy, even if you have tight hamstrings, because there are other muscles that will work on stretching, but they wrap around your body. They wrap around your hip. They wrap around your torso. They're harder to get to. So everybody take 2 blocks, place your 2 blocks by your ankles. So we did a modified Uttanasana in the warm-up. Modified Uttanasana means my hands are out here and I'm kind of in a U shape. But now we're going to work on what would be more considered a deep full, true Uttanasana. Ut meaning intense, nasana meaning stretch of the back of the body, okay? In Uttanasana, you're still having your Tadasana there. You don't lose Tadasana. You never lose Tadasana. So it means that when I fold forward, watch what I just did. I'm not doing that, which is sending my hips back into an anterior pelvic tilt, right? Nor when I fold forward am I doing this to get there. Because now I'm not working the hamstrings at all. If you have tight hamstrings, the worst thing you can do is bend your knees if you want to extend your hamstrings. Because when you bend your knees, you're shortening your hamstrings. Even in Adva Matsyendrasana, when we talk about the foot, whatever the foot is doing, the hamstring is doing. So if I pull my toes back, I'm stretching. If I point my toes, I'm contracting. So dorsiflex, plantarflex. The flexion of the foot changes what the hamstring is doing. Does that make sense? Okay, so everybody, start with your blocks on the highest setting, stand in between your blocks in Tadasana, mountain seat. Your hands are by the side of the body, your gaze is at the horizon. Now here's what we're gonna do. You have two hinges in your body to fold forward. Your natural waist and your hips. Where is your natural waist? Can anybody show me where your natural waist is? Really? Where's your natural waist? You don't know. All right. So have you ever watched an old movie and they have their pants way up here underneath their rib cage? You know, 1930s, 1940s, zoot suits, they're all way up here. This is where your waist is. Your waist is underneath your rib. Now, if you bend at your waist, notice you don't go anywhere. You round your back to try to go somewhere. You just kind of round your shoulders. However, the waist is a great bend from side to side. When you bend side to side, all of a sudden, there's a lot of movement. Now, your hip crease, where if you've ever worn a Speedo, like with elastic around the leg, the Speedo line, I used to be a dressmaker. That's why I use a lot of tailoring notes. Like you're going to put your fingers right into your thigh crease, where the thigh meets the groin. Now, hinge at that and notice how deeply you fold when you hinge at your hip crease. And then stand back up. All right. So when you fold forward, you're hinging at your high hip. That's where the dressmaker would call your high hip. Right here, the widest part of your hip. Okay? So bring your fingers into your hip crease. Now, put equal weight in your feet. Be aware of the rounding of your back. Start to hinge forward and come to a flat back like an L shape. Keep your equal weight distribution in your feet. Let your hands slide down the front of your thighs, past your knees, onto the blocks with your fingers pointing toward the center of the room and the back of your palms are down. Now, if you have to bend your knees a little bit to get here, do so. But once you bend your knees, notice you'll probably send your hips back, move weight forward into the ball of the foot. Then inhale, lengthen and lift up and look forward, make your feet even, and then exhale, fold and look back at your knee joints. Let the head be heavy, press into the palms to feel the energy moving up the back of the hamstrings. Exhale, 1. When the hands are active, the hamstrings will go deeper into the stretch. Exhale, 2. Inhale. Exhale, 3. Inhale. Exhale, 4. Inhale. Exhale, 5. On your inhale, lift your head and chest and come to a flat back. Here again, your legs are active. You're not bending your knees. Now, press into your feet into the earth and lift up without bending your knees and come stand up. All right, how did that feel? Hard, yeah! I like hard. All right, how did that feel? Yeah, it feels good too. It's hard, but it's good. So the thing I'm trying to get you to do too is I want you, like sometimes you will go places and they will say, bend your knees and round up. I'm trying to get you to not do that so much. Why? It really throws a lot of pressure in your lower back. 2, what it does is it causes you not to learn to engage the core. The core of the body is what lifts you up. So Uttanasana is kind of like a little mini deadlift at the gym. It's the yogi's deadlift. I'm stretching the post-anterior chain. I'm stretching the hamstrings. However, when I lift up, I'm activating the hamstrings to contract to lift me up. So I got 2 things happening at once, a stretch and a contraction. A lengthening, but a strength building. That's 2 for the price of 1. That's pretty good. All right. So blocks, one of the things that I like about our fundamentals program, it teaches you to use props. Okay. I want to make something clear. Sometimes you go to other places, they make you feel like if you're using a prop, that somehow you're a beginner or you don't know. Using yoga props you have to understand the prop and how to use it properly to make it work. So using yoga props is an incredibly advanced practice. Master Iyengar, who created the Iyengar method, created most of the modern props that we have today. Last count, he created 97 yoga props in his lifetime. And we're using all of them today. Yoga mats, yoga blocks, yoga blankets, yoga belts, yoga walls. Everything he did, we are doing. So this is a very modern concept, too, to use props. So don't ever feel like that, oh, I don't want to use a prop because I feel weak. No, you're getting stronger by using the prop, and you're becoming more aware. So now let's do this. Take the prop, because the prop has 3 settings, right? Highest setting, I like it okay for something like this if it's a little wobbly. Second setting, and then lowest setting. Take it to the lowest setting. All right. And yeah, you're going to come and stand in between. Now, I'm going to put 2 things together. Well, actually 3 things. We're going to put Tadasana together, Utkatasana, fierce seat, and Uttanasana, intense stretch seat. We're going to put those 3 things together. So standing in Tadasana, mountain seat, hands by the side, feet are active, engaging, lifting up at the navel, tailbone moves toward pubic bone, gazes at the horizon. Exhale everything out. Bend your knees, lift your arms up, Utkatasana, awkward seat. Now, hinge at your high hip. With bent knees, put your hands on the blocks, flat. Then extend your legs and look back at your knee joints, Uttanasana. And stay here in an Uttanasana with your palms flat. Inhale. Exhale 1. Inhale. Exhale 2. Inhale. Exhale 3. Inhale. Exhale 4. Inhale. Exhale 5. Inhale, bend your knees, lift your shoulders up, lift your arms up, coming back into awkward seat. Engage your core, pull your navel in. And then exhale, come stand up to Tadasana, mountain seat. Now there was you coming in and out of a Utkatasana with bent knees. But notice that I didn't round up kind of like a wet noodle. I got you to go from a deep forward fold into an engagement of muscles and then standing up, right? So that's important to notice. That none of this is passive stretching. Everything is active. What is passive stretching? When I just flop into things, right? Passive stretching doesn't work so well. You want to mix active stretching with passive stretching. Does that make sense? Any questions? Oh, no. Good. All right. Everybody, let's, how do I want to do this? Because there's a lot of us. Yes, ma'am. Yep. No, because notice what's happening. You're behind. As soon as see how, look what I'm going to do what you're doing. I'm going to do what you're doing. If I bit my knees, notice how in chair, I don't move my hips back. And then I hinge and fold and lift. But I don't go back into an anterior pelvic tilt, right? So it's the anterior, but you have an anterior pelvic tilt. You're aware of that, right? So I should also just say, let me say this. So post-anterior pelvic tilt, anterior pelvic tilt. Most men have a post-anterior pelvic tilt. Not all of them, because men work more on like ab crunches. That causes you to come into a post-anterior pelvic tilt. It tightens those muscles and it rounds the shoulders and the hips move forward. Because of high heel shoes, most women are in an anterior pelvic tilt. Veronique has a wicked anterior pelvic tilt over here. So, and what happens is that becomes a weak core. It stretches the abdominal muscles over and over and over again. So there is a reason to kind of work on a neutral pelvis. One, a neutral pelvis allows the person in a post-anterior tilt to stretch the muscles in the abdomen. For the person in an anterior pelvic tilt, it asks you to contract them. Okay? Just so whatever your hips are doing, the rest of your torso's doing. It's all interconnected. All right, everybody say Trikonasana. And what I'm going to have you do, I'm going to have everybody face the windows and move your stuff off your yoga mat. Okay, so move your blankets, move your blocks. And I want you to stand on the cut edge of your yoga mat with your arch of your foot on that cut edge. So your toes are on the bamboo floor and your heels are on the yoga mat. Then step your feet wide apart. How wide? Raise your arms out to the side. Bring your ankles underneath your wrists. So it's going to be a little different from everybody. Yep. All right. Little different for everybody. You ever seen that Leonardo da Vinci drawing of the man in the circle? It's a measurement of the body. That's what I'm getting you to do. You're just measuring your own body. Now, lower your arms. Turn your right toes toward the wall. Line this wall. Right toes toward this wall. Yep. There you go. Line your second toe up on the cut edge of the mat and your heel on the cut edge of the mat. Now look at your left foot. Turn your left foot toward this corner of the room. So there is an internal rotation of your left thigh instead of external rotation. Yep. Now, so here what I'm going to have you do, second and third toe, so big toes off there. Heel is in line with instep of foot. Yep. Now, turn your chest toward the windows. Yep. Now, lift your arms up to shoulder height, okay? With hinging at your hip crease. Reach toward the right as far as you can, pulling your left hip back. Do not bend your right knee. You're not bending your right knee. No bend. I didn't say bend your right knee. I said straight leg. Reach forward, pull your hip back. Float your right hand on your right shin, just below your right knee, not your ankle. Know the difference between shin, ankle, and knee. All right, extend this leg. Lift your left arm straight up into the air. Try to touch the ceiling with your left hand and look up at your left hand with your left palm facing the windows. Yes, and breathe. Now, think about an anterior pelvic tilt or a post-anterior pelvic tilt. Is your head in front of your big toe? If it is, you're pushing your hip back going into a post-anterior pelvic tilt. Exhale 1, good. Inhale. Exhale 2. Inhale. You're collapsing a little. Exhale 3, so extend that knee. Put your hand here, but lift here. Think of this stretch. Exhale 4, there. So you're trying to touch the ceiling. Exhale 5. On your inhale, come all the way up to stand. And then exhale, lower your arms. Turn your feet parallel. Step your feet together. All right. So everybody turn toward me. So Trikonasana, here again, this is like when I said feet together in Tadasana, different people are going to teach this different ways. They're teaching it different ways because they're looking for different things in their practice. They are not wrong, but know the difference of what people are looking for. So a lot of times when you do this, I will see this, right? This is very Bikram yoga. Why does he do this? He wants you to engage the core. It's a core activation. It's not a stretch for him. I see this where people kind of flop into it and it looks all mushy. That's not really a triangle or a pyramid. It's kind of sad. All right. Then Iyengar, talking about Iyengar, he tends to like a hand behind the block, a block behind a hand over on the block behind you. And what he's looking for is the inner thigh stretch. What I'm looking for is a side of the body stretch. So the hand just goes onto the shin, just below the knee joint. I don't slide down to my ankle. And I'm reaching up with this arm as much as possible, trying to stretch here. Trying to stretch on the left side of the body. Yes, I'm getting a little stretch of the adductor, but that's not the major thing. It should be here in the lateral muscle. Okay? So notice that on the other side, especially if you're collapsing and trying to get your hand on the floor. Remember, asana is about connecting to the earth. However, in an asana, you're defying gravity. You're learning to levitate. You're becoming light. So yes, there is this connection, but you ever heard those stories of ancient yogis being able to float, right? You're trying to float. You're trying to become light. All right, stand up. Come stand up. Turn to the wall. You got a left side to do. Now, take your hands to your hips. Bend your knees. Jump your feet out as wide as possible. That's kind of the other way to measure it, a jump. Now, turn your left toes to the left. Line your left heel up with the instep of your right foot and your second and third toe on the cut edge of the mat. Turn your right toes in a little bit, pointing toward this corner of the room over here. So inward rotation of your right leg. Then lift your arms up to shoulder height. Reach to the left, pulling your right hip back, but without bending your left knee. You don't want to bend the left knee. That's your first inch. You want to pull back instead of bend. Then float your hand down onto your shin, just below your knee. Then lift your right arm up. As you lift your right arm up, try to touch the ceiling with your right hand. Feel a stretch underneath your right armpit, from the armpit to the hip on the right side. Exhale 1. Look up here. Inhale. Good. Exhale 2. Inhale. Exhale 3. Inhale. Exhale 4. Inhale. Exhale 5. Inhale. Lift all the way up to stand. Then exhale, lower your arms. Turn your feet parallel. Step or jump your feet together. All right. Did anybody really feel that side stretch that time? Yes, it looked less collapsing, right? How did that feel? A little more side stretch. So, listen, when we talk about side stretching, this is crucially important. Side stretch, because everybody's on devices now, we're finding that the lateral muscle is tightening up on people. The lateral muscle actually attaches right here on the outside of your shoulder. It runs all the way down to your hip. When that becomes tight, I can't lift my arms. I can't lift the arm this way. If you've seen people with locked up arms and you ask them to bring their arms alongside their ears and they're like this and they can't straighten their elbows, that's because this has all become tight. So a side stretch, you're going to get plenty of options in yoga to stretch hamstrings, adductors, and abductors. There's a lot of that. It's not a lot of extension through the sides of the body. So take advantage of those extensions through the sides of the body. All right. Any questions? Yes. Well, not everybody's going to feel the same thing. You know, if you do that again, bring your arms alongside your ears. But just reach up. See how Oh, like she has no, like she's like open there, but somebody tight would really feel it. You see? Okay, so different people are going to feel different things. I can't tell you what to feel. I can tell you what I'm trying to target, right? All right, everybody say Virabhadrasana dos. Virabhadrasana. Virabhadrasana is a warrior. There's a warrior 1, there's a warrior 2, warrior 3. We're going to look at warrior 2 and warrior 1. Warrior 2 is an open chest and open hip, very much like Trikonasana. You guys can come over here with us. It'll be easier. Grab a block, and everybody grab a block and come to the wall. Now, bring your right toes up the wall. And then step your left foot back with your left heel on the ground and check your left foot out. Turn your left toe a little toward this wall. So inward rotation of your left leg. Then bend your right knee and put the knee and the block against the wall, holding the block against the wall with your knee. Now you're feeling that stretch in your inner thigh that everybody was looking for in triangle. Your right thigh should be parallel to the ground. If not, move your left foot back just a little bit. Then take your right hand to the wall. And as your right elbow is going to bend, right hand, not your left hand, that's your left hand. So that's your elbow. So guys, your hand, not your forearm, not your elbow. Veronique, can you get mom to know the difference between an elbow and a hand? There, oh, look at there. Now my elbow's not on the wall. I'm not leaning toward it. I'm actually kind of pushing a little bit. So my elbow is bent, my right elbow is bent. Veronique, bring the hand down. Bring the hand down so the hand is in line with your shoulder. You can look at me over here if you need to. All right. Now, I'm going to then take my hands to my inner thighs. I'm going to lift the inner thigh muscles up. I'm going to lengthen the tailbone toward the pubic bone. And so my tailbone is moving down instead of pushing back. Then I'm going to take my right hand to the wall again. I'm going to put a little pressure in my right hand without putting my forearm on the ground, on the wall. Then I'm going to lift my left arm up. And I'm going to look back at my left fingers and to see if my left arm is parallel to the floor. Then look back at your right index finger and just give a little pressure in your right hand. And if you put a little pressure in your right hand, you'll feel more pressure in the outside of your left foot. And breathe. Inhale. Exhale 1. Inhale. Exhale 2. Inhale. Exhale 3. Inhale. Exhale 4. Inhale. Exhale 5. Good. Reach down, grab the block with both hands, lift your right knee away from the block, and switch sides. Bring your left toes up the wall. Step your right foot back. Your right big toe is kind of pointing toward this wall that you're at, not to the wall over at the left side of the right side of the room. Okay? Then bend your left knee. Put the block between the knee and the wall. And your left thigh is going to be parallel to the floor as much as possible, like Santa Claus's leg. You could come sit on my knee and tell me what you want for Christmas. Then put your left hand on the wall. You're not putting your forearm on the wall. You're not leaning toward the wall. You're pushing away. You're lifting your right arm up. You're looking back at your right hand just to see what your right arm is doing and becoming aware of it. Then you're looking back at your left hand and then push your left hand into the wall and feel your right heel grounding down with a little pressure in your left hand. Inhale. Exhale 1. Inhale. Exhale 2. Inhale. Exhale 3. Inhale. Exhale 4. Inhale. Exhale 5. Reach down, grab the block with both hands, lift the knee away from the wall, and step away from the wall. All right. So you just turn and look at me. Did you guys feel that going on in your hip? Ooh, there is your hip flexor stretch, okay? So what is happening in Warrior 1? Warrior 2, we're in Warrior 2, I should say. What is happening in Warrior 2? Warrior 2, think of it as a warrior with a spear, and he's about to throw the spear. Some people will say it's a sword, But I like to think of it as a spear, because the spear means that the energy of the arms would be the same from front to back. One wouldn't be dropping, whereas a sword would be a little bit like, like this, right? Your back arm could be doing this in a sword fight, right? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I want a nice wide platform so that when I bend my knee is over my ankle. I don't want my knee back here behind my heel, and I don't want it in front of my ankle. I see that. It's old school. You want joint on top of joint. Then there's an external rotation, even though my back foot is slightly turning in. Why? I want association with back foot and front foot, because the warrior's going in that direction. He's not running away from the battle or wishing he wasn't there. He's actually wanting to engage in the battle. Then I lift the arms up to shoulder height, and I gaze, and my shoulders and my head is over my pelvis. I squeeze a little bit at the glutes, which causes a neutral pelvic tilt, and then I try to rip the yoga mat apart with my heels. So I'm expanding, right? All right. Come and stand. So let's play with facing the window so everybody's in the same direction. And then so we kind of keep that idea of alignment of the feet. Come onto the edge of your yoga mat, step your feet wide apart. Yeah. Now, turn your right toes toward the right side of the room. And line your second toe up and your heel up with the instep of your left foot. Then turn your left toes in toward the right a little bit. Now lift your arms up to shoulder height. Now bend your right knee. As you bend your right knee, notice if your knee is in front of the ankle, old school. What am I going to do? Don't move your left foot, move your right foot. Move your right foot into the middle of the room. Move your right foot, because you know what this one is doing. Move forward. That's your knee. Move your foot. Bend your knee so that why'd you change that? Oh, go back with that one. Go back with that one. Bend the knee over ankle. That's what you want. And then breathe. Keep your left foot where it is. Step your right foot all the way to where my foot is. Big. You're taller than I am. Step forward more. Whoa. And then bend there. Now check out what your left arm is doing. Our left arm equal with right. Moving the scapula away. Exhale, 1. Good. Inhale. Look at your right index finger. Exhale, 2. Inhale. Exhale, 3. Inhale. Exhale, 4. Inhale, good. Exhale, 5. On your inhale, straighten your right leg. Lower your arms. Rotate on your heels. Point your left toes to the left. Don't move your feet a lot. No. Guys, stand up. You're going to do warrior 2 on the other side. Rotate on your heels. Point your left toes to the left. Right toes in on a 10-degree angle. Check out, are you heel to heel or heel to instep? Check your back foot out. Make sure it's turning in a little. Lift your arms up to shoulder height. Then bend your left knee. As you bend your left knee over left ankle, squeeze at your glutes and rip your yoga mat apart with your heels. Exhale, 1, better. Inhale, good. Exhale, 2, you're more aware of this back arm. Exhale, 3. Inhale. Exhale, 4. Exhale, 5. Good for you. Inhale, lift all the way up to stand, extending the left leg. Exhale, lower your arms and jump your feet together. Whoo! All right. From here, everybody, come back to the wall with your block. Take your right toes up the wall. Step your left foot back. And here again, your heel to heel or heel to arch. Your back foot's turned in on an angle. It is not pointing toward the windows. So your left foot is inward rotation. Why? Whatever your left foot is doing, your hips are going to do. Bend your right knee and put your knee against the wall. Yeah, of the block. Then take your hands to your hips. Become aware of your hip crease. Pull your right hip back toward the wall behind you and your left hip toward the wall. So, notice that also moves the shoulders and the chest. Then put your thumbs into your armpits, like you're holding up a pair of suspenders. Move your right shoulder back and your left shoulder forward, closing your chest. Now, put both your hands on the wall, palms flat. Now, push a little bit into the wall with your hands and lift up at the bottom of your belly, coming into a little bit of a back bend. Then extend your arms and bring your hands together like we did in awkward seat or fierce seat. And look at your thumbs. Push into your right knee, pushing through the back of your left heel. Exhale 1. Inhale. Exhale 2. Inhale. Exhale 3. Inhale. Exhale 4. Inhale. Exhale 5, reach down, grab the block, lift the knee off the block, and step away from the wall. Woo! Everybody say Virabhadrasana 1. So Warrior 1 is different from Warrior 2. Warrior 2 is an open hip. This is a closed hip. I want to stress you're not squaring the hips. It's impossible for your hips to square. Your hips are not a box. There is no right ankle in your hip bone. Therefore, it's to say, oh, you're squaring the hips. You can't. But you are closing them. And energetically, you're moving into a bit of a twist. Did you feel the twist that was happening? And there's also a back bend that's happening. Did you feel that little bit of a contraction in your lower back? All right, do it on the left side. Step your left toes up the wall. Step your right foot all the way back. Bend your left knee. Put the block against the wall and the knee. And then check your back foot out. Inward rotation of your right leg. That means the right foot is pointing at a 45-degree angle. Then I'm going to take my hands to the wall. I'm going to give a little push into the wall. I'm going to pull my left hip back, my right hip forward. I'm going to move my left shoulder back toward the center of the room and my right shoulder toward the wall. Then I'm going to bring my hands together like I did in Utkatasana and lift my thumbs and my baby fingers away from the wall. And I'll feel a little contraction in my lower back. Yes, there's a little back bend. And I feel that twisting action happening on the right side of my body. Exhale 1. Inhale. Exhale 2. Inhale. Exhale 3. Inhale. Exhale 4. Inhale. Exhale 5. Reach down. Grab the block. Lift the knee away from the wall. And step back. All right. So now come back to the edge of your mat. Facing this wall. Now let's put this together without a prop. Okay, standing in the middle of your mat, or in the cut edge of your mat. If you have your blankets on it, you want to move it off. You got your water bottle there. You want to move your water bottle off to the side. Jump your feet wide apart. All right. Turn your right toes toward the wall to the right. Turn your left toes in a little at an angle. That way, your inward rotation of your left leg. Bring your hands to your hip crease. Pull your right hip back toward the wall behind you. Pull your left hip crease forward. Then bring your thumbs into your armpits. Move your right shoulder back and your left shoulder forward. Bend your right knee. And as you bend your right knee, your right thigh is parallel to the floor. Your right leg is it's like Santa's knee. Then extend your arms out in front of you. Press your palms together. Pull your shoulder blades onto your back. Lift your arms up and take your index fingers apart a little bit. Look at your index fingers. Exhale 1. Your stance is a little short. Be a little more generous. Don't move your back foot, move your front foot. All the way up to here. Keep that foot where it is. This foot forward. Exhale 2. Go generous, generous. Buy expensive gifts for people. Exhale 3. Inhale. Exhale 4. Inhale. Now watch. Exhale, open your arms and hips, warrior 2. Open your arms and hips to the windows, warrior 2. On your inhale, bring your left hand forward to your right. Close your hips, warrior 1. Go back to warrior 1. Notice that all you're doing is rotating the torso. Exhale, open the arms and hips, warrior 2. Inhale, warrior 1. Don't move your feet and don't bend your knees. Exhale, open arms and hips, warrior 2. Inhale, warrior one. Exhale, warrior two. Inhale, extend your right leg. Exhale, lower your arms and turn. No. I didn't say I said lower your arms, lower both arms, rotate on your heels, turn your left toes toward the blankets, your right toes in on a 10-degree angle. Let's do it on this side. Now, and I like doing that little movement of feeling how warrior one and warrior two is just a difference of like opening the hips and the chest. Bring your hands to your hips. Pull your left hip back and your right shoulder forward and your right hip forward. Yep. Then, as you do that, check your back foot out, because if your back foot's turned out toward the windows, you're not going to be able to move your hip. Then bring your thumbs into your armpits. Move your left shoulder forward, your right shoulder back. Bend your left knee. Then extend your arms. Bring your palms together. Pull your shoulder blades back. Lift your arms up. Look at your left thumb. Exhale, one. Good. Inhale. Exhale, two. Inhale. Exhale, three. Inhale. Good. Exhale, four. Inhale. Exhale, open arms and hips, warrior two. Inhale, right hand meets left, right hip moves forward, warrior one. Come back to warrior one. Exhale, open arms and hips, warrior two. Inhale, warrior one. Exhale, warrior two. Inhale, straighten the left leg. Exhale, lower the arms, turn the feet parallel, step or jump the feet together. Tadasana, mountain seat. All right. And everybody, Veronique is going to teach us something very fascinating.
Try.
If I can get out of it.
Hi.
Keep the rhythm. Keep the energy.
We're going to do the tree pose. So let's go to the wall and take one block. And I'm going to demonstrate in the middle. Let's go on the right side. So you're going to put your foot, your block on the right side. First, let's feel our grounding. Remember that you wanted to feel all the four corners of your feet parallel. Then we come to the wall and have the right foot onto the block and stand. You can be on your tippy toes. You want to feel the grounding and then lift slowly your left knee up and bring your ankle and your heel against your right foot, your right leg. It can be on the ankle. Yes? Yes, that's true. Okay. Yes. Okay. So you go onto the wall. You climb on the block. Try to feel the four corners of your feet, and lift your. You should put your fingers onto the wall at the level of your shoulder. Then slowly lift your foot, and you can place it on your ankle. At the level that you want, or bring it all the way up above the knee. It shouldn't be on the knee, otherwise you're going to damage your knees, your joint. And then here, you bring your knee towards the wall and just extend your spine and try to feel how the energy is coming from the bottom of your feet all the way to the bottom of your head, and breathe with your knee holding you and your hands pressing onto the wall. No? Yeah, sorry. It's so it can be here. Like, it doesn't matter where your foot is, as long as it's not on your knee. Otherwise, you're going to damage it. And then
Let's keep going.
Okay, so let's go and yes, above the knee or below or above. Mm-hmm. So let's stand on the block, right foot flat, pressing down, lifting slowly, and bringing your foot wherever it feels comfortable, with your toes pointing down, so that your knee is activated on the left side, and then you bring your knee towards the wall and your hand onto the wall, and breathe. You can, when you feel the energy coming from the foot. Uh-huh. So
Just keep teaching you because you got to keep going. You're not stopping.
the energy from the foot is pressing down and then lifting up all the way till your skull, and breathe. Engage your core. Breathing and breathing out. Breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in and breathing out. And then you can bring your foot down, and let's do the other side. So that was tree pose. Let's bring your left foot onto the block. Press on your left foot and engage your core. Lift your right foot up and bring it wherever you feel comfortable, above or below the knee. Press onto the wall with your left hand, and you can use your right hand as well. Press onto the wall with your knee, and breathe. Engage your core. Breathing in, breathing out. Okay. So now you can come down. And we do legs up the wall, or is it later?
Okay. Let's have them do this now
without the wall. Okay, so let's try without the wall. Now you've seen the way it can be, and let's try to do it without the prop and just stand. So first, feel your feet on the floor, feet parallel, grounding, engage your core, shoulders open. Then you're gonna slowly shift your weight onto the right foot. Feel like the equilibrium, and then bring your knee up and bring it either on your ankle, or if you feel safe and everything is fine, you can bring it onto above your knee. Right now my equilibrium is not great, but everybody's different. You can bring your hands in front of you in Anjali Mudra. Engage your core and breathe. Yeah, it's not as easy without the wall. And then you can come down. Okay, you can shake it up. Now, feet parallel, weight on the left foot. Slowly bring your right foot at the same level that you brought the other one. If it's on the ankle or on the calf or above the knee. Anjali Mudra, engage your core. Remember that the knee is on the side, feet pointing down. Breathe. If you came out of the posture, you can come back, or you can, and now we can come down. Okay, so we're gonna go to the wall. You can bring a blanket or a block. Yeah. Personally, I like the block because it brings you straight up. But you can use, if your bottom is a bit soft and it hurts, a blanket is nice. We're gonna go all the way to the wall and bring your buttocks.
So what I want you to do, what I want you to know is, I want you to show them what to do. Do it the way you want.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you first. Thank you. So you bring yourself to the wall with the block alongside of the wall, and then you bring your leg up the wall personally, I like the block, but again, depending on how your sacrum is, you don't want to have that. And here, you bring your legs up, feet engaged, toes pointing downwards, and engage your spine, and have the chin going down, neck extended. And then you can just feel it. Okay, so let's go and do it. It does, okay, everybody's different.
Well, no, with men it hurts.
Oh, with men, yeah?
Our pelvis isn't flexible
Oh, okay.
because of childbirth.
Interesting, yeah, I didn't know.
We have a much richer, more rigid pelvis.
Okay. So come as close to the wall as you feel comfortable. Lift your legs up and go onto the block or the blanket. So you can bring your bottom onto the block, or if it's too hard, you can bring it. You may want to have a blanket. Let's try it with a blanket. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I understand. Here we are.
You want to be closer to the wall, closer to the scoop forward.
And then and now when you're there, you can scoop in. Yeah.
You really want to keep your neck and your head in a neutral position. So Viparita Karani is not a asana, it is a mudra, this mode. It is reversing the flow of energy in the legs, it is moving the blood up into the abdomen, and so it's a mild inversion. Some say it's good for things like headaches. Some people say it's good for things like moon cycles. It is good for swollen ankles. If you have swollen legs, if you've been walking around New York City all day doing this, it's really nice. Okay? Because we don't have time to do the meditation. They're like breathing in. We're like running late. All right, bend the knees into the chest. Give the knees a little hug. Roll over to the left. Yep. And then move yourself away from the wall. And then come lay down on your back in Shavasana, corpse seat. So what is corpse seat? Corpse seat is now you get to rest. This is what everybody loves most. Okay? So lay down. I like to take a blanket and put a blanket underneath my knees. And I want to have like lifting the knees up a little bit. You can put a blanket on top of you if you want to, that's fine, but a little blanket under the knees is really helps with any kind of pressure in the lower back. You're going to come and lay down. You're going to consciously allow your legs to externally rotate so your toes move away from each other. Your palms can face up toward the sky so that your shoulders roll back a little bit. And you're going to just scan the body for any tightness and start to tell yourself, toes relax, ankles relax, shins relax, knees relax, thighs relax, hips relax, abdomen relax, lower back relax, chest relax, and upper back relax. Fingers relax. The inside of the hands relax. Forearms relax. Upper arms relax. Shoulders relax. Throat relaxes. The face relaxes. The crown of the head relaxes. And finally, you feel the whole body relax. Shavasana, corpse seat. And gently start to deepen the breath. As you deepen the breath, make small movements with the fingers and the toes. Stretch the arms overhead. And bend the knees into the chest. Give the knees a little hug. And then roll over to the right side.
That always happens. And then push your left palm into the floor, lift the torso up. Come up to a seated position. And just take a moment, setting up nice and tall. Close the eyes and just inhale deeply through the nose. And exhale everything out through the nose. Do that again. Deep, full inhale. And deep, full exhale. And then just gently bring the hands together. And just bow the head slightly. Just closing the practice. Thank you, everybody, for coming today and working so hard. Thank you, Veronique, for teaching with me. And next week, we will be doing hip openers and forward folds, seated forward folds, and twist. Also, there is the added component to this series of the foundational vinyasa, which is a level 2 class. I teach that on Sunday. So we'll take what we learned today and we'll add a little more to it, right? So the fundamentals, you're going to find that they're like a workshop. Everything's going to be like one asana at a time. And the foundational vinyasa, we still break things down and really teach things, but we just put it a little bit more into a rhythmic movement. Okay. So any questions? All right. Have a beautiful, do you have a question? Okay. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Thank you.